not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you need to know.
با HMRC هم حرف زدم. خب میگه که
All set? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to techUK and to this particular version of our UK-India Tech Forum, which is being held today as part of International Trade Week. And those of you who've been following this know that we're actually running a series of events throughout the week. We started yesterday based on the Atlantic Alliance with the US, and we've got other events covering Northern Europe, also Asia, Indonesia. But today, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce an event that we're running focusing very much on India and UK working together on digital. So that's a huge opportunity for both countries, as I'll discuss in a little while. So it's no surprise to everybody who's watched this that India has really emerged as a global superpower. And that's been driven very much by their world-class technology sector. And the country is playing an ever-increasing role in global affairs. I'm delighted to welcome people here in the room. I'm also delighted to welcome colleagues who are joining us online. And we are, of course, working with our colleagues NASSCOM to put this together alongside the Department for Business and Trade here. And I'm pleased to say the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. More of that in a bit. So India's had a long-standing presence in what's called SIT, software and IT services, possibly the biggest, the largest concentration of those capabilities. But as the country continues to thrive, as it continues to change, the diversity comes unabated. Not only is it home to a number of global software incumbents, but it's now also increasingly where hardware companies, including many in the semiconductor space, now call home too. And they have great plans for that. Anybody, again, who's watched their declarations of investment in semiconductors can't fail to have been impressed. I'm pleased to say many of these globally competitive Indian companies are techUK members. Among our 1,000 member companies, we're delighted to name such companies from India as HCL, Wipro, Tata Consultancy Services, Infosys, and all the way down to disruptive SMEs like Aurora Digital, Batoy Systems, and many others. And of course, we're open to more. So if you are from an Indian company looking to operate in the UK, then please give us a call, send us an email, and join the gang. And India's tech sector is reaching well beyond its borders and driving growth in markets around the world. And here we go. Thank you to Dan, who did put this speech together. Let's be honest. Whether it's, ready for this? Whether it's biotech in Bangalore, telecoms in Telangana, chips in Chennai, or cloud computing in Karnataka, that's cloud computing with 2 Ks. India is becoming a dominant player in the global tech economy across the whole space. And anybody who's been watching, the English of us look away now, they're not too bad at cricket either, are they? As is shown in the current World Cup. But it's an incredibly diverse country. Everybody knows that, home to many religions, cultures and languages. But across all of those demographics, you can see the rapidly rising middle class with a growing appetite for digital products and services. So you've got Indian internet penetration, which has grown 11 times between 2007 and 2022. Smartphone penetration, but always sort of had an image that was a little bit delayed, but now 71% of Indians are using smartphones. That's 1 billion. So that's a pretty big user base. And they obviously are then able to use that to actually really drive digital diversity and diffusion. So that's a huge opportunity for UK companies that are already experienced in using that kind of platform. But these forums that we run are not just about realizing and unlocking the opportunities that lie within the bilateral relationship. It's also about getting together on policy, knowledge sharing, learning from each other. And there's a lot that the UK can learn from India. We've just got to look at the scale of their digital ID system, Aadhaar, surpasses anything the UK has achieved in this technology area so far, Minister. I'm sure there are plans for us to go even faster. But we just have to look at that. We can also look at we are the centre of fintech. Many people make that argument. I think it stands up for the UK and London in particular. But again, looking at what India is doing in fintech, it's both innovative and world leading. And they're now pushing digital health, integrated digital health through the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. And of course, India was the 4th space agency to achieve the Mars orbit, and they've recently had expeditions to the moon. So India and tech is really becoming synonymous. And there are few doubting the projections that India will become the world's 2nd largest economy by 2075. Very precise, Dan. But to get there, obviously, what it will need is partnerships. And the UK can and will be a strong bilateral partner. UK is, as I've said, the world leading financial services sector, as well as having extensive experience in other areas. We boast expertise in AI, quantum, other deep tech, as well as extensive experience as a leading cybersecurity power. So those strengths actually complement what India is up to. And put those two together, we really think we can drive trade to an even higher level. And we know there's plenty of government-to-government engagement. I'm sure the Minister will talk about that shortly. Hopefully, we'll be getting a free trade agreement soon. Okay. But you know what? As we've seen, the tech industry will benefit from a free trade agreement, but actually there's many things we can do anyway and build on the relationships that are already there. So there are a great many opportunities for shared economic growth and prosperity. And underpinning that, of course, is shared values. The UK and India are both democracies, operating with an enshrined commitment to freedom of expression and the rule of law. I was glad to see my colleagues, Sue Daly and Dan Clark, attend the UK-India AI workshop last week, joining the greatest minds in AI between the two countries and working towards the responsible, ethical development of this technology, which promises so much. I was also privileged to attend the UK AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, and we were equally impressed by the Indian Minister who came and talked about what India is doing in AI and its determination to contribute to getting the right regulation, the right use of AI across the world. So, and that was a really great forum, I have to say, very global and really focused on many things. So look, in conclusion, I'm looking forward to today's session. I know we're going to have some specialist panels, but first of all, we're absolutely delighted to have a friend of our industry. I do call you that, Minister, the Minister for Tech and Digital Economy, Paul Scully MP. Then we'll have a panel discussing digital trade from senior leaders in finance, professional services and law, and then a second panel, I think after a break, Dan, which will be looking at the future of the UK-India relationship when it comes to emerging technologies, and that will feature some of the most innovative companies the UK and India have to offer. But let me hand over to Minister Scully, who will say a few words and set the scene for us, I think, of the government-to-government view. Minister Scully.
Yalarigu Namaskara. Now, that's not, I'm deliberately using Canada because I was fortunate not just to be in Bengaluru at the G20, but also it's 50 years since Karnataka, the state that in Bengaluru is in which it's situated, was formed. And so I think the work that we do, it's not just about the economy, it's not just about tech, it's about friendship, it's about community. And the more we can do to bind ourselves with the modern thing that is binding us, technology, the thing that's bringing us together globally is so important. And so it's nice to have events like this, like the UK-India Tech Forum, to really help that along. The ties between our nation couldn't be any closer. Indeed, we got, I could talk to you about the fact that my grandmother, when my grandmother, who was born in Kolkata, she was Indian. When she was moving to Burma, her sister was moving to Bengaluru, and where she retired and is laid to rest now. And in those days, and even in modern days, that was 1 million people in Bengaluru. It's now population to 9 million people, and that is testament to the expanding growth of a vibrant hub like Bengaluru. And those sort of hubs are popping up all over modern India as well. And so I was delighted, because I'm also the Minister for London, to hear that although Bengaluru is the fastest growing tech hub in the world, they were keen to point out number 2 in the world. Can you guess where that might be? It's right here in London. So again, we've got so much to learn from each other. Now I hear there's another power couple not that far away from here that have got some ties to Bangalore, to Bengaluru. I mean, Rishi and his wife were married in Bangalore, and they've always spoken fondly about their personal connections in India. And I couldn't go too far when I was there to actually remind myself of the family ties when I was driving down Infosys Way on my way to a couple of the meetings to see some of the vibrant technologies that were there. But all of this is testament to that shared significance of our journey together. Back in 2021, we set out a bold, ambitious plan to say exactly what that journey was going to be like over the next 10 years. And that 2030 roadmap committed us to boosting trade, collaborating on science, tech, and defense, and strengthening the bonds between our two nations. And in the 2 years that have passed since, we've made real progress together. We've forged partnerships on marine science, net zero technologies, agri-innovation, and we've opened new dialogues on the civil, nuclear, and telecoms sectors as well. Now, right now, our best and brightest scientists and innovators are working side by side to tackle the most pressing global health challenges as well. Just last month, the World Health Organization approved a new malaria vaccine for children, developed by the UK's Jenner Institute and manufactured by India's Serum Institute. This R21 vaccine is a brilliant example of UK and Indian collaboration in science working for global benefit. It's partnerships like this that have helped make the UK one of India's largest research partners. But it's massively a two-way street. India accounts for nearly 40% of all investments in UK tech and telecoms, helping us roll out the next generation of technologies and communities right the way across England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. And we want to open up similar opportunities in semiconductor chip design, as Julian mentioned, quantum computing, and another technology that's going to transform the way that we live and work that's in the news at the moment after Bletchley Park, artificial intelligence. India boasts its fair share of innovative powerhouse AI firms like Haptic, Apple, and Saxoft, and Britain's own AI pioneers like Google DeepMind have made us one of the world leaders in this space. So there's near limitless scope for mutually beneficial collaboration. And that's why the UK government was equally as pleased as Julian that India was a key participant in the Global AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park last week. But on the heels of that summit, AI leaders and experts from both of our countries are participating in a responsible and trustworthy AI working group. And that signals the start of a close working relationship on AI governance, one that's going to benefit businesses from Newcastle to New Delhi. There's another one of those acronyms with the N. I can't match Julian's, but it's really important that we seize the wealth of benefits that this technology has to offer. And looking ahead, we want to continue to build on the special relationship that we have in science and tech, whether that's securing a new growth-spurring, job-creating free trade agreement, which we are tantalising close to now, a deal that could double the value of trade between our two nations by the time this decade is out. And by the way, it will come not just because of speed, it will become when it's good and ready, because we want to make it meaningful for both sides. It's really important that we don't just rush to get signatures wet on the bottom of a bit of paper. We want to get that trade agreement so it actually is going to change lives, change businesses, and change for the better our friendship between the two countries. Or whether it's that collaboration is building on our work through the Science and Innovation Council. Many of you will know that the UK recently signed a research and innovation MOU with India, enabling closer collaboration on science that will drive economic growth, create skilled jobs, and improve lives worldwide. So by removing red tape, the MOU will unleash a new raft of joint research schemes that are aiming to deliver progress on some of the biggest issues facing the world, from climate change and pandemic preparedness through to AI and machine learning. And of course, all of us here know that the government-to-government relationship is important, but it's only part of the picture. And that's why today I'm keen to catch up with what you have to say in the business community about how we can elevate the UK and India relationship on science and technology even further, because it's a team effort. Firmly believe that the ongoing success of the UK-Indian partnership rests on bringing the leading lights of industry and vital forums like this into discussion, And as I say, this is very much a two-way street. Julian talked about fintech. He talked about data and how India is really powering ahead. One of the greatest examples I saw when I was there is MOSIP, the infrastructure for digital public infrastructure there. And that was really interesting because when we talk about fintech and open banking, how the fact that we've led the world in open banking, partly by mandating the banks to share their details so that we can build technologies on the back of that for the betterment of all of us. Whereas India was able to skip that legacy, that banking legacy issue. And so they've gone very, very quickly from only a decade, 15 years ago, around that time, from 8% banked. So literally only 8% of people in India had a bank account about 15 years ago. That now stands at 80%, 80%. And when you think about all the rural villages around India, the disparate communities that they have around India, that is a phenomenal achievement in such a short space of time. So that shows the ambition, the zeal, and the work that is happening in India at the moment. And so it's so important that we collaborate, that we have that partnership, that we harness the energies and the enterprise between the two countries. And it'll be discussions like this that really help us achieve that. So if we get that right, we can come together for a brighter, more prosperous future for both of our nations. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to welcome our first panel on digital trade.
Right, is this working? It is. Morning, everyone. We've got about 35 minutes to sort out everything there is to sort out about the UK-India FTA. Easy job. Luckily, we do have an excellent panel for this. So I'll give them the floor, but please do think of questions. We'll have about 10-15 minutes for those as well within our short panel and before coffee. So I'll start with George straight away to set up the scene for us. So we've got George Riddell, Director of Trade Strategy at EY. And maybe, kind of where are both sides coming from, right? So we've got the UK trade policy that's fairly defined by now. We have a few trade agreements in place. We've got some kind of Indian trade policy as well. We have a recent India-Australia FTA. So, if you can set a context of where both sides are coming from in this particular negotiation for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Sabina. Lovely to be here and really fascinating discussion, an important one as well, I might add. So really, really great to be here. I think obviously in the UK, we have an evolving trade policy. Post-Brexit, essentially the first phase of effort was with replicating a lot of the existing FTAs, free trade agreements that had been in place with the EU. And those were, a huge amount of effort and largely successfully replicated. So ensuring that the terms of trade with the rest of the world stayed on a relatively stable footing, I would say, with regards to those free trade agreements. You then had a second phase in terms of those FTA negotiations, with new FTAs being launched with, I would say, similar economies to the UK, so Australia, New Zealand, and an upgrade to the UK-Japan FTA. And then we're now in this third phase where you start to see the UK looking to FTAs with arguably more challenging negotiating partners. So India definitely falling within that category, and I'll come to why in a second, and also countries like the Gulf Cooperation Council that aren't sort of used to having their FTA negotiating practice to sort of the normal practice that the UK does. In terms of India's trade policy, we've really been on an evolution, I would say, in the past couple of years. Traditionally, the Indian government has been very against free trade agreements, choosing instead to focus on the multilateral trade negotiations which take place in the World Trade Organization, and sort of the importance of the Doha development round, which is no longer happening, but has been a sort of principal priority in Indian trade policy over the past 20 years or so, since that was launched in 2001. However, increasingly moving towards an FTA negotiating mandate, with agreements now concluded with the United Arab Emirates and India, and a phase one India-Australia deal. So what we've seen is India starting to engage on newer free trade agreement practices, starting to look at negotiating on trade and services provisions, starting on digital trade provisions, which I'm sure we'll come on to over the course of this conversation. So really, we're in an evolving moment, I would say, in terms of where the Indian government is coming from when it comes to their FTA negotiations.
Thanks, George. Thanks for setting the scene. Yeah, I have about 1,000 questions on the digital trade and services, but we'll come to that in a minute. I do want to kind of turn to Juan now. Now that we have that context in place, what is then a possible landing zone for the UK-India negotiation?
Thank you, Sabina. And as George said, it's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I think it's a great forum to exchange ideas. I think it will come as no surprise to everyone in this room that there are clearly a couple of holdouts in terms of the chapters. Most of the chapters are now kind of concluded, with the exception of the big ones, right? So it's services, goods, digital trade, and of course, investment. So I think in terms of services and goods, we have seen some progress. There is a couple of things that are still missing there, including automobiles, and also some of the liberalization in some of the services, and including some progress by India, I might say, in this year, specifically from our profession. The Indian government has now allowed foreign firms to establish themselves, law firms in India, so that's a great progress. But in particular for this discussion, the pertinent, I think, two main points are digital trade and, of course, investment. So let me start very quickly with investment, because that's also something that I do for a living, investment treaty arbitration. India withdrew from the India-UK bilateral investment agreement in 2017, and it published a new investment treaty model in 2015 that's not very much aligned with the position in the UK, insofar as it requires all investors to exhaust local remedies. So essentially, for those of you who are not familiar with these kinds of treaties, these treaties give investors the possibility to go to an international arbitration tribunal to directly sue the state. And it could be an Indian investor suing the UK or vice versa. But India in 2017 started denouncing all of these treaties because it had a couple of cases against the country that were not favorable to it. And now has a new treaty in place that requires all investors to go through local courts in India to exhaust domestic courts remedies before they can go to investment arbitration. And the position of the UK government has always been, since the 1970s, that the investors should have a recourse to international arbitration directly. So that's something that's really been negotiated. And the last rounds, I think, they have been able to decouple, kind of take away the investment treaty arbitration chapter from the FTA, which I think is a great idea, by the way, and try to isolate that by negotiating the investment treaty as a bilateral treaty, which is not part of a chapter in the FTA, which, by the way, as George was saying, most of the other treaties that the UK has signed so far with Japan and with other countries that are more sort of have similar economies do not incorporate an investment treaty arbitration chapter. So that's a possibility. And now moving on very quickly to the digital trade side of things, there's also the fear of data localization and as a big ghost. And of course, there are other related infrastructures issues, including the fact that there is a fear that there could be forced transfer of technologies, encryption, source codes, and so on. So I think that those are things that are being negotiated, but that doesn't mean, and just to go back to the question, it doesn't mean that they need to be resolved right now, right? So the countries, as they have done with other treaties and in their context, could set up committees to continue working on these issues in the future, with the compromise or the commitment having a kind of a wishy-washy language into the treaty saying we commit ourselves to the data liberalization in the future, and the parties will continue to hold talks on this in the future.
Thank you, Juan. One of the things we don't like is wishy-washy provisions, but especially on things around data. But then, there's only this much I think you can achieve given the domestic environment in India. And for those of you who are not familiar, we have a fairly protectionist data environment in India. They're currently they have a bill kind of going through the domestic process, but very strong on data localization, and not exactly a country that allows a lot of data flows. So given that nice environment, David, I'll turn to you. Obviously, one of the biggest UK companies operating in India for quite some time. You have had to face the protectionist nature of the domestic environment. And I'm wondering what would then be meaningful coming out of this trade agreement, what would make a difference to you as Standard Chartered, but also to the huge client base that you've got that, could do with a bit more trading in and out of India. So pass over to you.
Certainly. Thank you, Sabina. For those of you who aren't very familiar with Standard Chartered, we're a UK-based and UK-headquartered global trade bank. We have a significant presence largely in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, as well as the US and Europe too, though. And we're one of the largest and oldest international banks in India, and have the largest branch presence, for example, of any international bank in India. We're one of the first international banks in Gift City as well, where we set up shop, and we've been helping Gift City to liberalize too. When I think about India, and when we as a bank think about India, what we see is huge opportunity and huge growth potential, as well as ongoing growth right now. There's it's going to contribute roughly 15% of global growth this year, which is huge. Every year until 2030, it's going to have 7% import and export growth too, which again is enormous. It's got a large and young population, a demographic dividend, if you will, who have digitized at an incredibly fast pace. And you mentioned a protectionist, to a degree, environment, and it is challenging to a certain degree. I think it would be unfair not to give a quick nod to some of the developments that have taken place over the last few years. So Gift City, for example, has been slowly liberalizing. We saw other changes in the union budget last year. There have been some changes to corporate tax rates, although for banks, not necessarily that positive. There have been some amendments to bankruptcy and insolvency law as well. And I was going to mention some liberalization in the legal services sector, but I think I put about 19 caveats against that on my little my notepad. When it comes to what we'd like to see from an FTA, and when I think about financial services and FTAs more generally, I think that a lot of the challenges we face are often regulatory in nature. So one of the key things we'd like to see in FTA is a greater commitment for regulatory collaboration and scheduled talks on a yearly basis, as well as the ability to assess whether there is compatibility between regulatory systems where appropriate. And to the UK and India's favour, there's been a huge amount of regulatory interaction over the last couple of years. This year, particularly with the financial markets dialogue, and we've just had an economic and financial dialogue too. But I think it's very important to continue to keep that drumbeat enshrined in regulatory nature. This comes to the slightly protectionist note that you chimed on earlier. There are some challenges when it comes to the ability of British companies and international companies more generally, their ability to operate and grow in Indian firms. So the removal of barriers like the foreign investor equity cap or venture capital requirements would be very, very welcome. And then onto the kind of the meat, the substance of today's discussion, which is for us, data is a huge issue. India is a huge data hub for many international banks and firms, Standard Chartered included. So the ability to move that data freely and secure it as well is very important. So anything that can encourage greater liberalization of data movement and reduce limitations on data localization in India would be fantastic. But with the caveat that there is a huge data bill that's going through at the moment. And so I'd be very, very surprised if we actually saw anything particularly meaningful on data. And then the final point, and then I will shut up so we can hear from you lovely people, is on digital trade. We're a global trade bank, so the importance of things like e-signatures, recognizing the validity of e-contracts and paperless trading is huge. And then there are also bits and pieces, small matters of source code and IP protection, etc., which you know far more about than I. And I haven't even mentioned investor protection or mutual recognition of qualifications, but I shall stop.
Thanks, David. I'm super glad you brought in the regulatory cooperation bit, because that's I think, you know, it's nice things to have in an FTA. It also, you mentioned those scheduled talks, because fundamentally without those is just nicely written down, but we'll collaborate on regulation. Nobody actually does anything with it. So, you know, I think the value of modern free trade agreements is in a way in the commitment of governments afterwards to kind of implement and utilize those. So thanks for bringing that up. Common theme here on data. I agree with the pessimism that I'm not sure we'll see much happening on that front. And, you know, I mean, absolutely exhausting that we're still talking about paperless trading, but remains a key theme of what we can achieve and should be able to achieve. I think even in between to slightly more difficult partners, I think you can have solid commitments on paperless trading there, and then again depends on the collaboration afterwards. Right, I'll turn back to George on broader services. So we've heard about financial services. A little bit on legal services. On broader services, I think what would be ideal and what could we just leave with in as a landing zone?
So what I think has been really fascinating here is looking around what industry expectations are for this. And the notable thing about these negotiations is that if anyone's read the UK government updates on the negotiations, you get about 3 paragraphs. One said we met, the second said negotiations happened, and the third said, well, we commit to continuing to talk. There is really not much information that the governments are putting out and are remaining quite tight-lipped about it. But what's interesting is that it is playing out in the press with a lot of leaks happening on both sides, in particular in the Indian press, where you do see quite an active utilization and arguably weaponization of the different negotiating positions in order to try and gain leverage in the negotiations and put pressure on both sides. So, you know, if we're reading the runes of what's happening there out in the press and sort of coupling that with past FTA practice on both sides, I think we can come to a reasonable understanding of where some of those landing zones are. In terms of sort of the broader services, I think we can expect progress on commitments around establishments. We can see commitments around cross-border trade. So things that you would expect to see in a modern FTA. I can't see them going full negative list, which is the modern way of scheduling services commitments. India has never done that. In the Australia negotiations, they've committed to working towards a negative list. So I would imagine that the UK is in a fairly similar place with regards to those negotiations. I think the big question for services trade will be around mobility. It is a major offensive ask from the Indian government to be given ease of access to the UK labour market on a temporary basis. We're not talking about migration, we're talking about mobility, but it is historically something that the Indian government's been very strong on. And when you look at the Indian government statements around the introduction of things like the NHS surcharge, apprenticeship levy, and some of those other increases in visa associated costs in the UK, it is a major concern for many Indian businesses and something that they would like to see removed as part of these FTA negotiations. On the UK side, obviously, migration and the Home Office is a very political issue at the moment, particularly with regards to some of the Home Secretary's statements. So I imagine that that's one of the major challenges in the negotiations on services at the moment.
Thanks, George. I also wanted to come back to the investment, separate negotiation on investment that's kind of attached to the FTA negotiation. So given, my understanding from what you said earlier, right, that they're quite far apart in terms of their understanding of how they want to do this and how they want to do investment protection. What, therefore, you think is a kind of reasonable compromise there that would make the UK be able to say, okay, we've achieved something on investment protection, but also India will be like, we've given everything away to this international arbitration courts that we don't like. So what's there for a kind of possible landing zone there?
So that's a very good question, because I think the UK has the upper hand here, because despite the fact that when India denounced the treaty in 2017, it has a sunset clause that means that the treaty will continue to be in place for the next 15 years. So in a sense, the UK has nothing to lose if they decide not to sign a treaty right now, because UK investors will continue to have the protection for the following years. Of course, the investment needs to be done prior to the treaty, and there are some other conditions that need to be met, but it's not as if right now there's absolutely no protection. So one possible way of seeing this is maybe they'll add some sort of non-binding hortatory language related to investment protection with no international arbitration. I don't think that that's a feasible position, because I think the UK is very keen on, specifically with developing countries, having some sort of investment arbitration protection. But the thing is that it's not only investment arbitration that's really the holdup here. It's the holdup. The problem also is pre-establishment. So as George was saying, maybe establishment is something that could be a given as a result of the negotiations, specifically in services. But the UK is also pushing for the protection of pre-establishment in investment, and that means essentially to also protect the investor when he or it or whoever is going to be investing is trying to scope whether the investment is feasible, or to get the prior permits to the actual investment. So that's another sort of contentious issue that might mean that they will not sign any treaty at all.
And that, on a positive note, thanks, Juan. Just one last point to David, and then please, I'll come to you for questions. So please do think of those. So on regulatory cooperation, back to that, the kind of main, in a way, main issue in most of the FTAs. But I'm wondering, we've seen quite a lot of declarations being made throughout the last few years, of joint declarations that will cooperate on regulation, will cooperate on technology, will create partnerships, will, with various countries around the world. You have the prime minister or the president of a country kind of going to another, will sign another declaration and will say, right, we'll collaborate on technology, or we'll collaborate on regulation. It often feels like kind of stops there, and there isn't a lot of follow-up to those. Even with traditional like-minded partners, if you want to call them that way, it's been a bit of a struggle to kind of get that off the ground. What kind of needs to happen in terms of this dialogues? Like, what would be meaningful if we sign an FTA, we commit to regulatory cooperation? What's then the next kind of meaningful steps, or what are some of the scheduled talks supposed to tackle in a way?
Sure. I would say actually that the UK-India corridor has a unique example of where regulatory collaboration and private sector collaborations happens quite readily through the India-UK Financial Partnership. which has proven quite an effective way to bring roughly 20 or so financial services companies from the UK, 20 or so from India, together with all of the Indian regulators and the British regulators from the FCA, the Bank of England, and government as well, to tackle some pretty thorny issues, whether it's cross-border trade and investment, whether it's fintech and data. And I think there was a report published earlier this year. I think there's some ongoing work on capital markets development as well. However, the success of that collaboration and the reports that are produced depends on the political commitment back home to actually deploy some of the recommendations that are made. And we still haven't heard back, for example, on the fintech and data report that was published. So we're not quite sure what's going on there. So there is an example of some private sector will, and I think actually getting the private sector involved, and I would say this being from the private sector, is incredibly valuable. And one of the areas in which we could do that is actually in digital trade, creating a digital trade corridor or partnership to explore some areas like, I'm just picking a future area such as digital tokenizable assets, which can be used to potentially tackle the Indian MSME trade finance gap financed by British banks. Is there anything that we could do to create a safe digital space there, bring in the private sector, the regulators, like this IUKFB model, to try and forge some change?
Amazing. And just in time, because the next panel will focus on emerging tech collaboration. And we've had this long-standing partnership with NASSCOM looking at exactly that, at kind of tech collaboration. What's the advice we can put forward to our respective government to advance that collaboration? So perfect introduction to our next panel. But before that, questions from the room. Please raise your hand, say who you are, and then Dan will come over with a microphone. There is another microphone there. There's a gentleman in the fourth row here.
Hi, my name is Amitabh. I have my own startup here, just 2 months old. So I was just trying to explore and understand a lot of things which are going on, especially between India, UK, and the markets, and how lucrative it is, if any. But I have a question for David regarding data. When you say the lack of data control, or is like data sharing, which is not happening? I mean, I didn't exactly get, is it like lack of data sharing, or is it like data not controlled? Is it data privacy, which is not in control? Or is it like the data in India, which is not being shared across with UK? So, just to get a bit more clarity on that.
Sure, absolutely. Would you like to?
I was wondering if there's any more questions in the room. This is the first and the last chance before the coffee break. So if anyone else has another question, raise your hands. No, that's it. Oh, we have a gentleman in the first row here.
I think it's been interesting. I'm interested in what your take is regulation, just as a general thing rather than specific regulation. We do seem to be heading to an era of a great deal more technology regulation. The AI is loads of people trying to find new and interesting ways to regulate something they don't understand. We have the privacy regulation, which is increasing. There's things like DORA in the EU, which is nearly funny. What is your take on the sort of divergence and convergence of Indian regulation, as opposed to barriers? The fact that, to work in two very different domains, can we get them to work together? Is that happening?
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that's the big question in the room. And we have a lot of tech regulation everywhere, even in between, as I said, even in between like-minded partners. We struggle with that regulatory compatibility when it comes to, those regulations becoming trade barriers. So fantastic question. David, let's start with you and, untangle the data maze.
Oh, blimey, small ask there. Okay, on data, the first thing to say is international firms use India as a large data storage center, big GBS centers there in India. And I think what set hairs running particularly was some of the drafting of of India's earlier data protection bill, which either made the transfer of data extremely limited outside of India, or potentially very, very expensive as well. So the things that we look for really is low physical costs of setting up the apparatus, the servers, etc., that are needed because it's incredibly expensive. B, the ability to transfer from India to another jurisdiction. So we're a UK headquartered bank, for example. If we need to explore the use of customer data in some way in the UK, being able to do that as freely as possible with minimal limitations on that is incredibly helpful for us. So that's the area. It's the transfer out, but also the storage as well.
Hope that answers your question. Wonderful. George, I'll turn to you on the regulatory cooperation bit or lack of cooperation bit.
Sure, thank you. It's a great question. And I think one of the things that we're seeing around the world is particularly the balkanization of different digital regimes, particularly around as it relates to cross-border cooperation and transactions. You've got the US recently withdrawing a lot of their support for the WTO e-commerce talks and in the joint statement initiative. You have the EU, as you say, running ahead with a huge amount of regulation at the moment, not always formulated with a huge amount of forethought around the potential impacts or costs of compliance as well, which is a concern for many businesses. You've got the UK trying to chart this middle way, and obviously China doing what it's doing. So in that environment, I think the UK is looking to find a sensible and rational way around regulatory cooperation of how do you recognize different regimes and, making sure that, it's not an undue burden to businesses as they're looking towards cross-border data flows and other issues like that. I would say the same is also true on the sustainability front as well. Huge amount of new sustainability regulations coming out around the world, corporate reporting regimes in the EU as one example. So this is obviously a major issue in the digital space, but also I think extends beyond it. Just one more one thing just to add on to David's point around digital and what causes companies some concerns with regards to the Indian market. At the WTO, there is the e-commerce moratorium discussion. So this is an agreement in place since 1995 that all countries agree not to put tariffs on data being transferred across borders. India is currently looking to not renew that moratorium with a view to potentially putting tariffs onto data flows coming into the country. And I think that's causing a degree of concern for many businesses who are operating in and out of the Indian market.
Thank you. I'm surprised it took 35 minutes to get to the moratorium, but we got there in the end. And there's various other things happening in the WTO, as we talked yesterday on the US position as well, changing quite radically. So yeah, a number of challenges, not only UK-India related, but kind of global challenges to the trade environment. Juan, I do want to come back to you on the regulation bit as well, because obviously you're kind of at the forefront of kind of looking at how this affects companies and how they have to navigate this environment, especially as it gets more complex, as we've heard throughout the morning. So what are some of your thoughts on the regulatory cooperation bit?
Thank you. Yeah, so it has become quite of a hurdle for most companies trying to navigate this very complex international environment. I was going to mention exactly what George mentioned with regards to, for example, ESG requirements or sustainability requirements, reporting wise. So for example, in the US, you even have like different reporting requirements depending on the state where you're based. So if you're doing business in California, you might have ESG reporting requirements, which are not the same in other countries. So companies are struggling. And I think that means that more thought is being given to sort of compliance programs and how to structure their sort of internal legal and also compliant teams in a way that also meets the needs of each and every market, which again turns out to be very, very difficult because on top of the ESG-related regulations, trade-related regulations, there's also the more sort of market access-related regulations, and not specifically from a trade barriers perspective, but for example, export controls. And export controls are increasingly becoming a major thought in the company's sort of compliance process. It was usually the case that the companies came to us after they exported something and said, I hope it wasn't caught by the export controls. But now the inverse process is the case. Companies come to us and says, oh, by the way, I heard that encrypted software could be subject to export controls. How do we deal with this? So I think it really means that companies are doing a little bit more in terms of compliance before engaging in these markets.
Thank you. And yeah, that kind of brings about the whole question of cost as well, and who do we make free trade agreements for, which is, you know, fundamentally the small and medium-sized enterprises that are looking to export and trade internationally. So the more compliance cost you have added to that, the less, you know, kind of our smaller companies are engaging in trade, which is fundamentally what I hope the two governments are trying to solve. One last point before we go on coffee break. So I've promised them all that we'll get a crystal ball question at the end. So that is, you know, is the India-UK FTA happening? Yes or no? David, start with you.
Can I slightly?
No, you can't.
Okay. I will probably say yes, about 60-40. Whether it's before the UK election, that's another question in and of itself. I'd love to know your thoughts on what that might be. But I'm going to say yes, I'm going to be an optimist.
Wonderful. George?
I'm going to say yes, but it's not going to be a particularly good deal for business. It will have some benefits for sure within it. But if you look at the geopolitical realities at the moment, the UK is looking to forge closer alliances with other democracies. That is, you know, when you look at the integrated review and other government policies, that is a clear direction of travel. So it will be done, but not necessarily for free trade reasons.
Thanks, George. Juan?
I'm going to say yes, but in a sort of a more nuanced way. I think it's probably going to be an agreement in principle, in the same way as the Australian was. And of course, Australia was fully signed 6 months after. It might take some more time to fully sign the FTA here. But I agree that it's not going to be as comprehensive as everybody's thinking right now.
Can I also add a slight addition to that, which is, even if the agreement does we do have an agreement in principle, for example, if we have a change of government, heaven forbid, we would then have to get the bill through a Labour government potentially, and we don't know where that would land with them.
Right, so it is happening with about 700 caveats. So thanks everyone. Thanks to my panelists for a delightful discussion this morning. Thanks everyone for your questions and for participating in the conversation. Thanks to everyone online for being here. We now have a 15 minutes break for coffee for those in the room. Sorry for those online. Get your own coffee. And we'll be back at 11:15 with the second panel on emerging tech collaboration. So see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Very good. I mean, yesterday I had to tell you that and that's and I need
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
I don't have this glass. So you are don't worry. Yeah.
Yes. Hi. Hi, Neil. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a big change. Yeah. Yeah, because I was actually who I last spoke to from the team, but someone who I saw maybe last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that's we go. Didn't know what's happening with that one.
Is it
No, no, it's okay.
blinded by the lights?
Yeah, yeah.
Over your shoulder.
Very tight.
It's okay.
Okay, everyone, if I could have your attention, that'd be fantastic. Second session is about to begin. Welcome to the second half of the UK India Tech Forum. So, as Julian mentioned in his speech earlier, emerging tech is obviously playing a very key role in the future of the UK-India bilateral relationship. There's obviously a number of exciting companies, a couple of whom are going to be joining today, who operate across both of these geographies, both the UK and India. And of course, there's two governments that are, very committed and see the benefits of emerging technologies and also the benefits of strong bilateral relationships with allies and obviously the economic benefits that those relationships can bring. So my name is Daniel Clark. I'm the policy manager for the international team at techUK. And joining me on our emerging tech panel today, we have Scott Bailey, Director for the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, Neil Young, Vice President for Business Development for UK semiconductor company techUK, Ankit Bose, Head of AI, joining us online for NASSCOM. And for those who don't know, NASSCOM is our sister organization in India, is championing Indian technology. And of course, Manish Pralhad Gajbi, the partner for domain and consulting for Wipro UK and Ireland, one of the fantastic Indian tech companies which has expanded to the UK. So, panelists, if I could ask you to formally introduce yourself, talk a little bit about what you do, and then we can get into the questions. So I'll start online with Ankit, who I actually saw on Friday. as we were both at the UK India Responsible AI Workshop. If you could introduce yourself and say what you do.
Sure. Thank you, Daniel. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in a discussion which is so timely and so important, right? I basically, introducing myself, I had AI at NASSCOM. So whatever initiatives, projects, work we do around AI in NASSCOM, I support that. 20 plus years in tech. As my last role before NASSCOM, I was a global director in IBM on enterprise AI. I used to do development, delivery, and research around AI products and technologies. And really happy to be here and contribute to the discussion.
Wonderful. Neil, if you could go next.
Yes, so I work for techUK, and techUK is a UK-based semiconductor and software company for the telecoms industry. So we make advanced silicon for 4G and 5G networks and work with various network infrastructure vendors, network operators, and so on around the world. India is of a lot of interest to us from a telecoms point of view. It's absolutely exploding. You know, a year ago, they launched 5G. Now everyone has 5G. And there are very real challenges in helping the Indian markets deliver their 5G services.
And Manish?
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for having me today. My name is Manish. I represent Wipro's domain and consulting charter. You know, I work for the larger global built environment sector. The charter is to shape and deliver very, very contextualized solutions and services to the world.
And finally, Scott.
Hi, everyone. Scott Bailey. Thanks so much for having me. I am currently the Prime Minister's Deputy Representative for the AI Safety Summit. So I'm still in like full recovery mode from last week. So apologies, I'm shattered, but happy to talk a little bit about that. Before that, I was International and Economic Security Director at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. And then before that, I was leading all of our telecoms diversification, Open RAN, telecom security and resilience work in what was then DCMS.
Wonderful. And we are going to force you to talk about it. Unfortunately, it's going to be like a therapy session, but not just yet. But Scott, if we could start with you, how does the UK government see India as a potential market for UK tech companies? And what sort of stuff has been done so far in terms of agreements for tech companies to actually get involved in?
Yeah, so maybe if I just sort of take a step back to the sort of driving purpose of the department in which I now sit, because it's still a sort of relatively new affair, as most of you will know. So we kind of brought together about 6 months ago what was the sort of digital part of DCMS. Now there's only one D, there wasn't the silent D anymore, with the kind of science and innovation bit of BASE into a sort of whole new department dedicated to kind of promoting the government's vision for the UK to be a science and tech superpower. And what that has effectively done is kind of bring together into one department the sort of government's sort of, firstly, it's kind of priority technologies of the future. My first sort of test is whether I can remember them. So telecoms, AI, quantum, bioengineering, and semiconductors. And then also under the new science and tech framework that we have published, sort of not just the kind of focus on the priority technologies, but the sort of critical kind of enablers. So access to finance, access to talent, getting the right regulatory framework. And sort of since the department has been in place, which is only 6 months, we've obviously kind of fairly systematically set out sort of the kind of steps that we're going to take either in each of priority technologies. So we've launched new kind of funded missions in telecoms. We've got a new semiconductor strategy. Obviously, we've had the AI Safety Summit and the AI White Paper. We're also kind of looking at all of these critical enablers. And I think what sort of sits above sort of all of that is a kind of realization that sort of in order to deliver on the ambition, we need to work really closely with international partners. And India is quite obviously an absolutely critical partner in the respect of kind of how can we collectively work together to sort of enhance both of our countries' science and tech capabilities. So I think I'm right in saying that the UK is India's second largest research partner in terms of kind of value of R&D. We've got the 2030 roadmap, which sort of sets out the ambition. And obviously, I think there's a huge amount of alignment across sort of both of our systems in terms of the kind of key technologies that we're focusing on. So I think it's a really exciting time. I think the other area, and then I'll shut up, is on sort of how do we actually shape the technology? So not just kind of actually growing our sort of market share, but actually like sort of globally, I think there's a kind of renewed focus on the sort of the kind of battleground, as it were, about how do we kind of shape these technologies, which are going to be absolutely kind of critical to how we live our lives in the future, in a way that sort of reflects our sort of shared values, kind of in the face of sort of those who would sort of seek to develop them in a different way. And again, I think the way that we work with partners, including India, on things like standard is absolutely kind of critical in that regard. And again, there's a really strong kind of dialogue with the Indian government and also with Indian tech companies on those issues.
That's really great to hear. I saw a lot of nodding from Ankit online there. Is there any? Does that plug in well to the Indian tech sector, the UK's priority technologies that Scott just mentioned there? Is there anything missing?
I think Daniel, Scott definitely highlighted all the the great points we should do together, and then UK definitely is one of our very symbiotic ally, and I think he covered all.
Perfect, wonderful. So we are going to go into a few more specific technologies, including AI. Unfortunately, I got all of the juicy gossip out of Scott at the break, and he said he's not going to tell it on a panel, which is very sensible. But find him afterwards if you want to hear a little bit more about it. So we obviously did have the AI summit very recently. Scott, as you mentioned, you played a very key role. First of all, could you tell us a little bit about that experience, and then to Ankit and the rest of the panel, how have you sort of seen the industry collaboration?
Shall I start? So it happened last week on Wednesday and Thursday. We brought together 28 countries plus the EU with a kind of diverse group of kind of key industry, academic and civil society stakeholders with a sort of so it was a broad kind of inclusive group, but with a kind of narrow focus on AI safety at the frontier, noting that there are already lots of other international processes which are sort of rightly and properly focusing on other parts of the kind of AI regulatory and policy space. So the sort of, in the effort of not duplicating that, or in the intention of not duplicating that, the kind of UK's focus was very much on sort of frontier AI safety. And I think I think from our perspective, it went really well. I think it's important to sort of stress that it was the sort of start of a conversation rather than trying to kind of come up with all the answers or indeed even most of the answers. But I think what we were kind of able to achieve is sort of firstly through the Bletchley Declaration that we sort of agreed going into the summit, which, as I say, was signed by 28 countries in the EU. We sort of got countries who haven't sort of always traditionally signed up to kind of tech things. So China was represented, US was represented, as well as kind of globally representative countries from around the world. We kind of got them all to agree that we need to focus on the issue of risk, that there's a sort of shared need to kind of build our understanding of kind of what those risks are. The way I've been thinking about it is I think in like other global challenges like climate change, people sort of know what the answer is, but they don't. The sort of political will isn't there to kind of get to the answer. In AI, I think it's a bit in reverse. So actually, people don't really know what the answer is to sort of how do we tackle these issues kind of internationally. But there is, was shown last week, sort of really strong kind of international will to do something about it. So we were sort of really keen to harness that. You know, we had countries sort of saying that there's a shared responsibility countries and developers to make sure that AI is safe. And then sort of two really key things that are sort of coming out of the summit going forward. One, on this idea that we need to kind of collectively better understand understand the risk, because that helps sort of policymakers to design better policy and helps us to kind of. The countries have agreed to establish a new state of panel who will kind of come together to kind of produce for the countries the kind of latest, a sort of synthesis of the latest research on what are the risks at the frontier. And we will aim to produce that in advance of the next summit, which is going to be in the Republic of Korea in about 6 months' time. And then secondly, with a smaller group of countries, we have agreed, and I should say with the labs, we've agreed a kind of set of safety testing principles. So sort of creating the space and the understanding that countries have a responsibility to their citizens to make sure that models, particularly the next generation of models, which we expect to see in the sort of spring next year, are safe, and that we need to work with companies to kind of do that testing. But clearly that kind of countries, and the UK is leading the way here with our AI Safety Institute, have a responsibility to sort of build up public sector capability in order to kind of. So again, I think we sort of start at the start of the journey, but it was a really important moment in order to kind of start to sort of work out what do we do next on these sort of really critical issues.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And we will talk about semiconductors now in a second, but just on the topic of AI whilst we're still there. Ankit, I wondered if you could develop that a little bit more, talk potentially a little bit about last Friday, which was the UK-India Responsible AI workshop, which was very, very interesting for me to observe. I was actually filling in for Sue, our Director of Tech and Innovation, and I very much felt like the least qualified person in the room, but it was very interesting nonetheless. Ankit, if you'd like to talk a little bit about that, that would be fantastic.
Definitely, I think probably Scott said the right thing, right? This was the first step, right? And as different countries around the world came and declared, and they sort of, took a first step that we have to work together on AI safety. And India and UK, I think, on parallel lines, we had a very deep dive workshop for a single whole day, where we had delegates from both countries, right? We had the industry, the academia, the researchers, the policy guys, right? We had Abhishek Singh and we had a delegate from SIN also there. So we all discussed and brainstormed as both countries, right? How can we lead the way, right? And there were fabulous discussions which happened, fabulous points which were, spoken. I will give it probably a short outlook, but again, I think there's going to be a report which will come, which will cover that in detail. The discussions were around how India and UK legal systems are on the same line, right? Historically, I think the legal systems are alike, but again, there might be smaller nuances which are different. So how can we start working at regulatory level where we can jointly build, sectoral sandboxes, right? Which probably could be the first way where how two countries, so in country sandboxes are common, but again, cross-country sandboxes on regulation and self-regulation approach, I think is something very unique, right? We will discuss that, we'll think of that, right? Second, I think policy challenges, policy hackathons, whereby we both countries come together and take a policy issue and run hackathon and jointly work on that, right? That was the second thing which we all discussed, right? Third, which was discussed was, jointly build capabilities and best practices, which could be actually something which is practically deployable, right? Again, learning from each other, we both countries have their own strengths on AI and responsible AI. How can we build best practices, tools, capabilities, which can be actually deployable, right? And the fourth most important thing which was discussed was how this can be in regular, community work, right? Where Indian community on all the different four stakeholders and UK community on all the different type of four stakeholders can come together and have a dialogue and continuous, discussion around the year and build something which is concrete at the end of the year, right? So these are the four main things. Fifth thing, I think it has been announced that AI Safety Institute will be built in UK, and how that can have an collaborative approach, how India can also participate in that, how Indian institutes, Indian research institutes, and various enterprises can collaborate and participate in that. I think that was the fifth thing which was discussed. Predominantly, these were the five things Daniel and everyone we discussed. And these are very great steps. I think after the declaration, these are some concrete steps which were discussed, and I think we all will work on that.
Thank you very much. I wondered, Manish, if there was anything you'd like to add on AI and its role in the future of the UK-India relationship.
Sure. Thanks. So while, as Scott mentioned, nations are committing to use AI very responsibly. AI is crossing its border to each and every industry, wherever it's possibly can be used. I just want to give an example, an industry like construction or property or urban development. It requires a substantial amount of, legal language to be used while using AI within the constructs, because the industry is highly regulated by the standards, by the laws of the nations. And in order to use AI in those environments, AI language or the legal language for the AI needs to be developed. That's what I would like to suggest.
Thank you very much. We can talk about regulation in a little bit more detail, but we're just going to move technologically upstream now, talking a little bit about semiconductors and bringing Neil into the conversation. Neil, you were very recently in India. I believe it was the third time you've been. How have you seen the Indian semiconductor landscape grow over the last few years? And maybe talk a little bit about the wider tech sector in the country as well.
So I have one foot in the semiconductor and telecom sector, really. And both of them are progressing extremely rapidly in India. And a lot of that is driven by the Indian government's Make in India initiative, where they want to have all of their electronics equipment essentially designed in India, manufactured in India for the Indian market. Yeah. And that's an extremely successful program, which is driving a lot of investment into infrastructure investment, digital infrastructure investment. In terms of semiconductors specifically, there's lots of people now doing silicon design in India. The Indian workforce is very well educated, and they're able to put together very sophisticated silicon designs within India. Designing silicon is one thing, but then manufacturing it is something else. And actually moving towards making sophisticated silicon chips within India is a long process, right? 80% of the world's silicon is made in Taiwan today for a reason, because there's extremely complex processes that patented to hell and covered in state secrets, and actually getting access to that is very difficult. So the silicon production industry in India is probably quite a long way behind where it is elsewhere in the world, and I don't think the Indian government is probably putting as much focus into it as the EU, China, the US into building their own silicon production. From a telecoms point of view, though, the telecoms sector, particularly with 5G, is just going crazy. So within India, there's no legacy infrastructure. So fixed broadband penetration, for example, is very low. It's like less than 10%. There's no 2G network. It's all just kind of digital 4G, 5G. And they are putting in place initiatives and technologies. So, for example, millimeter wave networks, fixed wireless access networks, wireless backhaul networks, which kind of the rest of the world talks about and isn't really doing. India are actually doing it. And I think some of those telecom systems will actually, the rest of the world will copy what India are doing, because they're going to be pioneers in a lot of this stuff. And they really have a need to kind of connect people and to provide these services to people. And the only way to do it is wirelessly. So the telecoms networks are just growing at a phenomenal rate in India. And that's being driven again by the Made in India initiative, where the vendors they're using are not necessarily Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei, and people that will be used around the rest of the world. They're homegrown Indian vendors. And there's a lot of them, Tejas Networks, HFCL, VVDN. These are all companies that are very active in India. Not necessarily, we've not really heard of them in the rest of the world, but the Indians are kind of building their own bubble, as it were, I think, in telco.
Absolutely. And do you see India becoming a bit more of a key player in the Open RAN space as well?
Absolutely. So actually, one of the things, so I was just at India Mobile Congress last weekend, and one of the things I was surprised about was the amount of Open RAN equipment. So the amount of equipment that is kind of interoperable with other vendors' equipment and so on, because they've broken out of this kind of duopoly that we have in the UK with like Nokia and Ericsson. They're kind of all a lot of vendors that are kind of building these systems together and putting together these end-to-end solutions that need to have that openness and interoperability, which Open RAN delivers.
Wonderful. I wondered if you could, I think it's been a little bit too positive so far. I wondered if we could talk about some of the challenges that PegaCom have faced operating in India.
So I thought,
and also, yeah,
just wanted to add, if you can add to your answer, you said, India is not focusing on developing their own silicon, in India. Your take on why India is not probably doing it?
There's a second chair on the panel.
I think there's probably a couple. Well, one's money, right, and investment in that sector. I think the other is that whole silicon production chain is kind of very closely guarded by the countries that do it, and they're not going to let other countries have access to that technology. So they've got to develop it themselves, find out how to do those processes themselves. Yeah.
Would you say that infrastructure is one of the problems as well? Because I feel like obviously India is a much larger country than South Korea, Taiwan, even the Netherlands, and
I mean they're investing hugely in infrastructure, but traffic is horrific, and new highways and metros are coming, but they're not quite there yet. So when indeed when you're looking at a silicon plant, for example, then you need to have reliable power supplies and reliable access to that, and maybe that's not quite there.
Ankit's got his hand up. Would you like to add something?
Yes, definitely. I think I come from also semiconductor background. So in IBM days, I used to work on power chip development and mainframe chip development, right? And I think from that learning and from what I see now, right, silicon fab development takes a lot of effort on IP, right, which apparently take time, right? And second is investment. It takes billions and $1 billion investment to do that, and it is going to take time. What I see, I think there are two companies who have already signed up to build their fab in India. I think Micron being one. There's one more I don't remember, but again, I think the third I hear is IBM is also interested to set up sections of semiconductor and quantum development there. So it is on the pathway. It takes time. It is not overnight. I think within the next 3 to 5 years, we'll have good setup of semicon, fab setup in India, right? So it's on a journey, I will say. We are not there yet, but within a few years, we'll be.
Vedanta is also on their way to set up something.
Yes, Vedanta, right. Thank you.
I think it's worth noting as well that the innovation ecosystems, technologies that we've discussed, develop very differently. So, with AI, some of it is open source. It can develop in a much more spread out way. But obviously, semiconductors, if you look at the two most prominent semiconductor companies in the world, in my view, which is TSMC and ASML, in terms of their control and importance in the supply chain, they've had these technologies patented for a very, very long time. So I wondered actually if the UK and India were to work on their sort of semiconductor industries, where could we work together specifically on this sort of stuff, Scott? Would it be sort of R&D? Would it be joint funding initiatives?
It's probably a bit of all of those things. So I think the UK has obviously sort of set out its ambitions, and we've sort of mentioned fab, and the UK has kind of said, no, our approach is to focus on UK strengths, which are R&D, compound, and design for understandable reasons. We obviously the thing we haven't really talked about today, we've sort of talked a bit about the sort of, we want to work together for sort of growth and prosperity and making sure that kind of technology can bring benefit to citizens. We've talked a bit about sort of shaping the technology in alignment with our sort of values. The other thing that's like, I guess the other sort of leg of a sort of three-leg stool is sort of national security and supply chain resilience. And I think, again, there's a sort of opportunities, certainly from the UK's perspective, as we think about like the semiconductor sector, like if we're focusing in on kind of particular areas of UK strength, how do we sort of look to make sure that we can sort of reliably work with other partners on sort of things that they're kind of stronger in? So we are kind of in the way that we think about partnerships with countries, thinking about like how do we combine sort of the UK's sort of strengths with the strengths of other countries. And I think, we can do that in a number of ways. We are doing kind of joint R&D, like UKRI already have sort of joint funding calls specifically on semiconductors, I think. Sometimes I think we also just need to, as governments, do more just to kind of give companies permission to innovate. And I think we've already heard the sort of idea of hackathons and sort of innovation bridges, which is something that I know the US and India have done through their sort of ISET partnership. And it's something that we did in the UK from a sort of telecoms perspective. We just actually need to kind of say to people, kind of come together, create opportunities, have dialogue, and then kind of almost government should do stuff by making sure the regulatory is right, and sort of a bit of pump priming, or make sure that we can get good access to talent. But often it's then a kind of question of sort of moving out of the way. And I think, again, there's an opportunity in semiconductors to sort of see how you could do that, kind of bringing together sort of strong UK companies in the sector with kind of Indian companies, and sort of working out where are their kind of synergies, where can they work together. The other thing I should say that we're really keen to do is on the sort of systematically working either both bilaterally and multilaterally in India on supply chain resilience for semis in particular. And we're really grateful for the partnership that we have, for example, through the OECD, specifically looking at semiconductor supply chain resilience.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I do realise we skipped over the challenges, the negative section. I'm not going to let that happen. So I wondered actually, if you could talk about some of the challenges that PegaCom have faced when operating in India as an emerging tech company. Yeah. And Manish, actually, if you could talk about potentially some of the problems that Wipro has faced in the UK as well.
So shall I go first? So there's been a lot of talk about data transfer and so on this morning, but PegaCom is a hardware vendor, and so we have different challenges. So an export from the UK to India for hardware is definitely one of those challenges. Everything we ship, we have to get an export license, which has to go through various stages within the UK government to get approval for that. And it means that actually our time to kind of get product into the Indian market is quite lengthy. And there seems to be kind of a lack of trust with what the Indians are going to do with hardware in particular, and whether they're going to take that hardware and then just ship it on elsewhere to Russia or China or wherever that might be. And kind of we need to get over that somehow and work out, can we sell into Indian defense companies, for example? Is what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, what can we ship quickly, is something that's going to cause an issue. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of real guidance around that at the moment. From actually traveling to India as well, there's kind of some of the immigration issues. So this year I've been at India Mobile Congress the week I've just gone. Last year I just couldn't go because I wasn't able to get an Indian visa. There was a trade dispute and India put up the gates, and I could not get a visa to get to India. So I missed out on all the opportunities that I would have had from going a year ago. And there's other issues as well, which are kind of dealing with the Indian market. So things like the legal issues and transfer of copyright and source code and all these types of things. I feel like there's a lot of potential legal traps that are there that I could trip over and never get out of again. So it's kind of, I do have a little bit of wariness about some of the some of these kind of Indian terms and conditions that we have to deal with.
Definitely, I can concur on the visa point. I actually went to India last year, and when I got my visa, I thought I could do it on my lunch break, and I think I left that building, the consulate building, at 5 p.m. So yeah, describes it quite well. Manish, I wondered if you agreed with some of those points, and then potentially you could talk about Wipro's experience in the UK in terms of what you guys do in terms of tech and emerging tech.
Sure. So Wipro, being a global company, operating across almost 62 different countries. Specifically in UK, we are almost there from last 25 years. Initially, when we started, probably there were some challenges in terms of, Wipro being a consulting and technology services company, people is the most important factor to our services. So mobilizing people, bringing them on board, making them fit into the social structure of UK was one of the key challenge. But the second important challenge which we still face is Since we are a global company, we are able to leverage the innovations we are doing for global companies. In order to bring those innovations to UK, the regulatory framework which UK have in terms of its standards, in terms of its requirement, becomes sometimes bottleneck in order to bring that technology and make it available to the UK government or citizens. So these are some of the key challenges, but there are some, as Neil mentioned, some minute challenges in terms of getting the visas in time also, for the workforce to make it available here is one of the second, or minor challenge.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to hear obviously the Indian perspective as well and the UK's perspective, both talking about challenges in terms of mobility. I'm going to open it up to the floor now for questions. You've all been caffeinated, so your brain should be working. Hopefully one of you has some questions, or if not, I will continue. There we go.
Sorry, I don't want to be the only one asking questions here. But I have two this time. So the first one is, of course, we've been talking about quantum computing, and the Honorable Minister as well spoke about quantum computing and the collaboration around that. The question is, we are having all the regulation that's going around AI, and quantum is even more advanced and has much more challenges. So is it too early to take any action around quantum computing or venture into that field? Or is it going to be eventually regulated and everything that is being done now then gets boxed or regulated and therefore maybe not applicable? So is there a kind of way forward on quantum computing in terms of open thinking, or is that something which is yet to get the axe, if any? Probably, I think the question more for Scott, probably. Yes, and the second one is about the funding, right? So when we talk of funding and supporting, I'm a startup in UK, and when you talk of funding, of course, it's for creating growth in UK. But is there any funding which helps support collaboration, let's say between UK and India? Is there any funding where I can extend myself into India and still be kind of supported by funding in UK? Is that different?
Two really interesting questions. So Scott, second summit on quantum, is that going to happen?
So I think it's probably fair to say not a judgment on the technology, but a more of a kind of comment on where the UK government is on it. We're less developed in our thinking than on sort of AI and telecoms. I think we published a quantum strategy earlier this year with a decent, sort of in UK terms anyway, slug of funding. As with all the other technologies, like we want to sort of see international collaboration happen, both like research and development, sort of commercial collaboration, but also on issues like standards. But I do think that like the kind of the thinking, like we are probably, our reflection is that other governments as well as the UK are sort of slightly more nascent on it than they are in other areas. So where we're kind of getting into, where we're sort of talking to the governments about where can we collaborate, it tends to be, we need to kind of start with how you start with all of them, which is like understand each other's priorities, kind of build links and sort of then you build things on there. So sort of my view is that at the moment, like, with India, with other countries, the sort of interest in quantum is let's sort of have a dialogue, let's better understand kind of your strategy, our strategy, where the kind of respective strengths and kind of weaknesses. And then it probably goes from there into kind of, skills exchanges, talent exchanges, kind of with a specific kind of quantum focus, because that's kind of how it tends to build up in other technologies. And then you sort of pile things on top. But it's so there is a kind of growing policy agenda in the UK and then a sort of growing appetite to do international collaboration. But it's just a sort of level, I would say, below where we are on sort of other technologies at the moment, but with a kind of absolute commitment to sort of accelerate.
I wondered, Ankit, is there anything you wanted to add on that, on quantum?
Yeah, definitely. So as Scott said, India also has a India Quantum Mission, which was announced in 2020, and around $750 billion was allocated to that. So India is working very, methodically on that. and it started working on research, setting up, novel research around that, and clusters where quantum work can be there, and startup and innovator are a part of that, right? That's from the India angle. But from the quantum technology per se, I think big companies like Google, IBM, Microsoft, all of them are working, and they have a working prototype. In fact, a working prototype for industry readily available. So it is the right time right now to enter as a startup, right? So because this is real deep tech, right? So AI is definitely there. It's evolving. If you merge AI and quantum together, it is the right way to enter, because quantum is not here yet, but it definitely will be, massively available to everyone in the near future. So I guess I think as a startup you should enter, and there are a lot of different schemes and different opportunities available from the both country perspective, right? So yeah, that's what I want to add.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Is there any more questions in the audience? Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Eleanor Williams, a global trade expert from Connected Places Catapult. I guess I kind of want to bring this back a bit to International Trade Week. The focus on prosperity, jobs and growth for UK companies. We've heard about the terms and conditions of kind of doing business, but we've also heard about the desire to create kind of UK-Indian kind of cooperation, collaboration, working together. And also, I guess, a kind of a vision of at some point the government needs, should get out of the way and let it all, get on with it. But it does sound like with all of the kind of barriers in place that you could get to 2030 and we still haven't actually solved these barriers to make it easier for these companies to collaborate and do business. And it sounds like, therefore, you kind of need a sort of heavier hand of government kind of facilitating that and enabling that. Otherwise, people might actually lose interest, and it might be actually difficult to say to startups or any other kind of technology companies beyond the kind of 5 technology families that we've been talking about. So, and I guess it goes back to you've been looking for kind of more negatives, and I think I'm stuck on those negatives. Like, I'm struggling to see or hear how we get beyond that and how we start to make it easier for these collaborations to happen. Because yes, UKRI and others are doing some of these collaborations, but how are those actually leading to those UK companies to scale and grow and get all of those benefits? I think at the moment it's theoretical more than practical. So any insights into actually what we need to do to create that gear change that does create those opportunities for UK businesses, especially the small ones, would be helpful, especially to somebody like me who's talking to UK companies about where they should be taking their innovation.
Okay, wonderful. I would say I'm looking for challenges to overcome, not negatives. But would anyone like to have a go at that, Manish? Potentially talking about some of the issues in terms of regulation and how we can overcome them.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the regulatory frameworks, we know between these two countries, these are formed because of their legal, economical, as well as social circumstances. And because these countries are very diverse in their, nature, these frameworks are different. At the same time, there is an intent for both the countries to collaborate very, very closely. And, we have been hearing from the previous panel as well. What is happening at this stage is, the processes, where, businesses are trying to innovate, but not able to use that innovation effectively within the market is also stopping the progress. At the same time, the standards which are used, Scott mentioned about the standards, are not harmonized at all. These standards need to be harmonized. If we look into India and UK relationship, Indian standards are nothing but a subset of British standards evolved. If we started evolving them, they came out very different, and that is becoming a deterrent to the innovation. So these are some of the regulatory problems or challenges we are having. But if you look into it from the opportunity perspective, what the industry and the government should do is probably create a mutual regulatory framework. If there are standards or regulatory frameworks which are very, very diverse, we should try something like what Ankit mentioned, a regulatory sandbox, to try specific innovation for the specific industry within this. Second opportunity, I guess, we can look into between India and UK is capacity building. Just a data point or a proof point, by 2030, more than 10 million STEM graduates will be ready in India because of the education system. So this capacity can be effectively used in order to channelize all these plans we are having, to get responsible AI executed. And the third, which is very important, Wipro perspective. If all these discussions happening with the government agencies, regulatory bodies between the two countries, if we can add industries into the mix and understand the perspective of doing business while framing this regulatory frameworks or sandboxes, that will ease the way of doing business for them. At the same time, the respective countries will get benefited by enabling these companies to bring their innovation technologies to the market at much more cost effective, at the same time, speed and scale to be used. So these are some of the challenges and some of the opportunities at the very high level I would like to add.
Thank you very much. That was very, very comprehensive. I'm aware we've a couple of minutes over time, so I will have to end the panel there. If we could have a little round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much for attending the UK India Tech Forum. Just to let you know, we obviously have an event at 2 p.m. today, Tech Opportunities in Northern and Western Europe, covering nearly every country in that region, including Switzerland. Shout out to the Swiss at the back. There we go. If you would like to attend that event, you'd be more than welcome to, and you can work in our members area just out there in the meantime as well. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Should we